Good evening, everybody. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team. We are continuing our coverage here on 11 Alive Plus and Weather Impact 24/7 as we're going to give you an extended weather update here for at least the next 15 minutes. We'll have additional updates at the top of each hour at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and then of course tonight at 11 we'll have our newscast as we have an 11 Alive weather impact alert that is in effect here still for the rest of the evening hours tonight. Now, we had some good rain that came through Atlanta earlier. Not everybody got hit by these showers, but as they moved over to the east of us, they intensified with a more widespread coverage of rain, thunder and lightning and storms that are now pushing over well into East Georgia, going into parts of South Carolina. So let me show you some of these right now. As you can see, as they are still intense there, moving into South Carolina with the thunder and lightning that is pushing through there. These showers did originate here in Atlanta in the middle of the afternoon when we had the cells that developed here on the north side. Then they really pulsed up into parts of Gwinnett County a little bit earlier with a lot of lightning and some stronger storms that came through. Nothing was ever classified as severe, but some good heavy downpours came in, mainly on the east side of the city. That continued moving over to the east, and now here's what is left in our state from Hartwell there around Lake Hartwell there in Hart County, also in Elbert County, still some heavy rain there on the South Carolina line, and on down toward Enterprise. So the heavier rain has moved out of Athens, and we did have some good heavy rain and persistent rain in Athens just a little bit earlier. We also had a better coverage of showers and over parts of areas south of us and south of I-20. We're getting some breaks in that right now, but we're not finished yet. Look at this. These showers pushing in from Alabama, from into parts of LaGrange there in Troup County. Some of this will hold together, moving into Meriwether County, most likely moving toward Warm Springs and near Pine Mountain in just a little while with those heavier showers that keep pushing to the east. Also, we have a few showers here in Heard County. Those are moving into the western parts of Coweta County. Again, nothing too strong with these, just some pockets of heavy rain and some occasional lightning strikes with that too. And then back over the Alabama line into Cleburne County here in Randolph County, mainly in Randolph County, we have these scattered showers. So I want you folks in Carroll County and also Heard County to keep an eye on those that'll be moving in. So this is all to say, even though we're getting a break in the action right now, we're not totally finished with this rain moving in. Now, here you see Atlanta. We've got the break. We'll have to watch this in Carroll County developing. That might grow a little bit more into Douglas, possibly into Fulton County. Just spotty showers out there tonight. And up in northwest Georgia, you can see some of these showers there in parts of Chattooga County. We have some of these in Dade County. We had some in Catoosa County a little bit earlier, and we'll have to keep an eye on those to see if any more develop there along with it too. Here's a wider view. We're adding our satellite data on here too, and you can see the good coverage of clouds that we have really over a big part of the southeast. And there's that rain that we were just tracking here moving into South Carolina. Additional showers down to the south, more into Alabama, moving into parts of South Georgia. And then check this out. Not only these in northwest Georgia that we're watching, but more developing back into parts of Tennessee, northern Mississippi, and northwest Alabama. That's just all of that moisture that's going to continue pumping into our area. And although it's not a distinct line of showers and storms moving through, it is still spotty showers and storms that we'll keep watching into the evening hours. Here's a live look right now at our tower cam in Athens. Let's take that full, and you can see what we're talking about here, where we did have some good heavy rain coming down in Athens just a little bit earlier. Now we're seeing more breaks, lighter showers have tapered off now to no rain, but it is still wet there on the streets of the downtown area. You can see the arch here leading into North Campus. And there's Sanford Stadium over there. We saw the lights on at Sanford just a little while ago. They may have been practicing with the lights there for the big game coming up on Saturday night against Alabama there at Sanford Stadium. This is our live view right now in Noonan. I have the camera pointed toward the west because we have those darker clouds there in western Coweta County with that shower that I was showing you that was developing. That's going to get a little bit closer to Noonan in just a little while. So still a lot to watch here during these evenings evening hours. And this is another view. This is our tower cam over in DeKalb County at Arizona Avenue, looking westward toward the city. You can see our skyline here, some of those clouds. The sun will be setting closer to 7:30, but you can see that sun breaking through a few of those clouds. That's really a beautiful view that we have there, and the colors there in the sky with those clouds. Now, temperatures today before the rain. Now we had a good lull in the rain a little bit earlier, and that allowed these temperatures to warm up a little bit more. We were thinking we would be in the low to mid 80s today. We actually hit 87 thanks to that large lull in the activity. But when the rain came in, it cooled us back down into the 70s really quickly, and we are holding in the 70s out there right now. But we got up to 87 degrees for a high today. The low this morning was 72. That is above the average. The average low for this time of year is 63, so it was a mild start this morning. Average high for this time of year, 82, so we were 5 degrees above the average. Now, some of you got some rain today, some of you didn't. And Hartsfield-Jackson only picked up 1/100th of an inch of rain so far. We still might see some passing through during the evening hours, but you can see the rainfall deficit continuing to grow over 3.5 inches below where we should be here for this time of year. And here's how those highs and lows kind of timed out this morning. You see that mild start, pretty much lower 70s from 3 a.m. at 72 to 8 a.m. at 72 degrees. And then we started climbing in the afternoon. Now, I know you see here in the hourlies those highest temperatures at 84, but it's in between those hourlies where we had some sun breakthrough, and it quickly went up to 87 and then came back down. So the severe weather threat for today, remember yesterday, we were showing you that a really big part of North Georgia, Metro Atlanta, and areas to the east of us would be included in that level 1 risk. Well, today they refined it. The Storm Prediction Center moved it more over to the east for that level 1 of 5 risk, and that's toward Athens, down toward Macon and Augusta, really in those areas now where we are watching those storms that are moving out. So I really expect that in the next couple of hours, the Storm Prediction Center is most likely going to update this and pretty much take it out, because I really don't see a big severe weather threat anymore there in East Georgia. If any storms happen to turn severe, they would be very isolated and not really widespread. Here's a look at these temperatures. Before I overlay the temperatures, I want you to see here the orange in northwest Georgia. That's where they haven't had as much rain, and that's where the temperatures were hotter today and are still hot. But look at the yellows here from Atlanta down to the south and over to the east. Where we had that rain, you can see here the impacts of that rain-cooled air. Now, I mentioned earlier we hit 87. Then we dropped to 79 when the rain came. We're still in the 70s at 77 degrees right now. Look at Athens, 72, thanks to the rain-cooled air that just moved out. Gainesville, 73. Clayton, 73. Milledgeville, 73. Covington, 73. So these areas that got the rain south and east of us cooled down faster. We have 72 right now in Thomaston compared to Rome, where they didn't have rain. 85 degrees there, and it's northwest Georgia that has those warmer temperatures at this hour. We get down to 69 in the morning and then up to 82 in the afternoon. You see it right over here, 82 degrees. But we're also watching these rain chances at about 40%. It's not going to be raining all day. Not everybody's going to get hit by showers, but you've got about a 40% chance that you could get hit by one of those showers. So let me walk you through the forecast track and the timeline here for the rest of the evening hours tonight. You can see some of those showers in East Georgia moving over into South Carolina. A few of these showers here on the south side. Those are the ones coming in from LaGrange, moving over potentially into Meriwether, Upson County. By 10 o'clock, a couple of other showers back in Alabama could be moving through Cleburne, Randolph County, Carroll County, into Douglas County. We'll watch to see if any of those make it into the metro area. And then early tomorrow morning, nothing widespread, just a few spotty showers here and there. And I do think we'll have a little bit more of a break from mid-morning into around lunchtime, a couple of showers at lunchtime in far north Georgia. And then in the afternoon tomorrow, still nothing really widespread, but the potential for a few showers to still develop out there. And the ones that develop could have some moderate to heavy rain with them. We are not in an outlooked area for severe weather tomorrow. We're just in the area of general showers and thunder showers, so we're not concerned about anything severe here tomorrow. Going into later Friday night, again, a few showers north and east of the city, a couple of spotty showers here, and then going into Saturday, it looks like we will wake up dry. And I really feel like that during the day on Saturday, most of us will have dry weather and not have any showers around, but you can see into the afternoon a few isolated showers that pop up. This is just that 20% chance that you could get hit by one of those showers here on Saturday afternoon into the evening. I think it'll be mostly dry going into Sunday morning. A dry start, and during the day Sunday, we do look to stay dry during the day. We're not concerned about any rain chances here. So here's how those rain chances kind of time out over the next few days. 40% chance Friday. Low rain chances Saturday at only 20%. I do think we'll be dry Sunday, back to 20% Monday, and then a 30% chance for showers here for your Tuesday. Now, take a look at these high temperatures. The average high for this time of year is 82 degrees, and we have been seeing some 90s over the past few days. Today was 87, but we're going to be lower than that, trending down a little bit, but still some days will be a little bit above the average. 83 Saturday, 84 Sunday, 83 Monday, and then back to 80 degrees here on Tuesday. Now, I want to spend some time talking about the tropics. We have two systems that we're watching right now. This is Tropical Storm Umberto. This is an unnamed system that has a high chance of becoming Imelda. That's the next name on the list. Most likely becoming a tropical storm, maybe as early as tomorrow. If not then, it most likely will over the weekend. So let's talk about Umberto first. This is the one we were telling you about yesterday that was upgraded to a tropical storm. It now has winds of 60 miles an hour moving northwest at 6. So there is that storm looking a little bigger, a little more impressive, a little more organized. Here's where that is going to go. We think it's going to strengthen even more, becoming a hurricane most likely overnight tonight, and then strengthening potentially into a Category 3 major hurricane over the weekend. Monday, still a Cat 3. Tuesday, back to a Cat 2. This is Bermuda, and then here's the Atlantic coastline. The models are still indicating that this is most likely going to curve away from the U.S. coastline. So no major impacts here. The potential for some rough surf there along the Atlantic coast as it curves away and moves out of our area. Now, the other thing we have to watch is that system that's near Puerto Rico right now. This is the one that is potentially going to be Imelda. Now, when you've got two systems this close together trying to gain strength, they actually maybe try to compete with each other a little bit, and oftentimes one system will steal the energy from the other one, and the other one has a hard time developing. And that's what our models were showing yesterday, that this storm would really fall apart as it goes up through the Bahamas. Now, the models are trending on a more westward path of this system and coming closer to the southeast United States. So there is still a lot of uncertainty with what could be Imelda. You see it has an 80 to 90% chance of developing. Here's a look at the spaghetti models. Pretty consistent moving over the Bahamas, but then after that, the models go every which way. It could get sucked out back over toward the east and kind of follow Umberto, or the flow with Umberto could send it over into the Carolinas. So two of the major models have been showing this moving into South Carolina or North Carolina here to begin next week. And then a couple of models are also showing the remnants moving back over toward Atlanta. This is not set in stone. We don't know this for sure yet, but this is something we'll have to watch. The more to the east it goes, the fewer impacts we'll have. The more to the west it goes, we could see some rain coming in here. So as you look at that 7-day outlook, just see here that there's a big question next week. Depending on what that system does will determine if we get any rain at all and how much. So until then, 40% chance for showers on Friday, 20% chance Saturday, no rain chances Sunday, and then next week still a big question mark of, number one, are we going to get any rain? Number two, if we do, how much? So just know, as you're looking at this right now, these percentages are going to change over the next few days once that system develops and we get a better handle on its track, and then we could get the better impact on what it would do for us too. But temperatures next week generally there in the lower 80s going into the 70s toward the middle of the week. Stay with us. I'll have another extended update for you coming up tonight at 8 right here on 11 Alive Plus and Weather Impact 24/7. And we'll do another one tonight at 9 and 10 o'clock too, and then your 11 o'clock newscast at 11. Hey, do you know, remember that the TV under the camera in here, it was off and I turned it on, under the camera in the streaming studio, but it's saying Netflix and all that stuff on it. Do you remember how to set it to get what we're supposed to be seeing? I just went back to your desk, yeah. So this is, it was off, so I turned it on with this, but it's showing that. Yeah, it was pinned to the back.
All right, so the way this works, I have to remember too, the 3 lines is a menu.
Okay.
Yes. You sure this is right?
Yes, I pulled it off here.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean somebody put the wrong result in. Okay, so we can come over here left and right until we get to the input and see.
Okay.
Get home first, I'm not sure.
And go to HDMI.
And that should be all there is.
There it is, yay. Thank you so much. Sorry I had to bother you with that. Up top. The Max 1 clicker has, is that what you're talking about, the clicker?
Well, we've got a trouble because this clicker has been problem for months.
Well, I feel like Danielle put one out recently too. Did the one come from Melissa today? I think Danielle put one out earlier too. Like it's just, like it's failing on us. It'll work sometimes and sometimes it won't.
Is it all right if I play with it right now?
Yes, I don't have anything in Max. I can put something in Max 1. Okay.
As long as the machine is unlocked, I can just put a notepad on it. Because all it does is sends
Yeah.
either a space for one key or I think an H for one key.
Yeah.
So I can just make sure that they're logging. But the only thing I do need to know is if there's anywhere other than maybe that desk in the corner or the green screen where you're clicking.
That's pretty much the only places, yeah.
Is it always working in one or the other or not working? in
It's just sporadic. Yeah, it's just sporadic.
Okay.
Like,
So I'll find out.
yeah, and,
We have to order them, I think.
okay, okay. Sounds good, thank you. No, I'm good, I'm starting at 8. Oh, so I didn't know if you needed anything on Max 1. I can put it in play mode, but you said you can use Notepad? Okay. Thank you. Oh, I will. Good evening. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team. We are doing extended live weather updates here for you throughout the evening. We are doing this at the top of each hour. We did one at 7. We're doing one now. We're going to do another one at 9, and then another one coming up at 10 o'clock, and then our newscast at 11 o'clock. And we're doing these because we are in an 11 Alive Weather Impact Alert. Now, we don't have any major storms going on right now. We were telling you over the past couple of days that we didn't issue this alert because we are concerned about any widespread severe weather. We issued the alert because today was the day that we had the highest rain chances that we have had in a while, and many of you have been feeling some of those wet impacts out there for today with some of the rain and even some of the thunderstorms that were moving through our area. So you can see here what we are watching out there right now. Not a lot of rain. We had showers and storms that moved through our area a little bit earlier today, and you can see here as we're watching those, I'm going to put these up full screen so you can see that a little bit better, those showers and storms that push through our area that have moved over to the east and are pushing over into South Carolina. And then, as you can see, additional rain, though, is down to the south and also to the west of us. And that continues to move a little bit closer to Atlanta. Now, any of those showers south and west of us aren't really going to be that widespread, but just still some showers to deal with tonight. And we'll keep an eye on any of these to see if we can see some lightning developing out of any of those. And I am seeing a new lightning strike here right on the Carroll and Heard County line, where we've got a little bit of lightning with that cell that's over in parts of West Georgia. So here's what we're watching a little bit closer. Now, on this loop, I have gone back 6 hours because I want to show you how we were going through the day. We had a lull in the activity after some showers and storms last night, and then a little bit of rain early this morning, really early this morning. And then for much of the morning hours and into the afternoon, we had a break in the action, and people were like, hey, what's up? I thought we were getting some rain today. Well, we had said that it wouldn't be an all-day rain event and that we would see waves of rain with dry times in between them. And we had an extended dry period here. But look here into the afternoon, around 3, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we started watching some of these showers developing in Douglas and Cobb County. Those kind of grew a little bit going over right there, northern parts of Atlanta here, just inside the perimeter, on the top end of the perimeter. And then watch what happens as those, we'll watch it here one more time, as these right there moved up over into Gwinnett County. And they pulsed up with heavy rain and a lot of lightning there south of Lawrenceville. Then all of that moved into Walton County and into Barrow County, Oconee County, Clark County, over near Athens. And now those rain showers have moved out of Athens, and they're pretty much pushing out of the state of Georgia. So they held together pretty well and impacted a lot of people, mainly east of Atlanta, when they had that better coverage of rain and even some thunder and lightning there with them. Now, things are a little bit calmer over into South Carolina. Now, we're watching our next batches of rain moving in. We're not finished with that rain yet, even though that main area has moved on out. We have additional showers now developing on the south side, and it was on the south side earlier today where we did have a few more of those showers around. Now more are developing here once again. We do see some of the lighter showers over from parts of Upson County, also into Lamar County, Butts County getting in on that, as well as Jasper County. That's about to move into Putnam County. Some of these lighter showers extending up into McDonough, also back into Meriwether County, also near LaGrange. We have some heavier showers with some thunder and lightning moving to the east and south of LaGrange. That's going to get closer to Warm Springs in just a little bit, possibly over areas of Pine Mountain. And then these showers, there you see those around LaGrange. We have these now coming out of Randolph County, moving in to parts of Heard County with some thunder and lightning near Central Hatchie. Also, we have just south of Carrollton a batch of heavier rain, heavier to moderate rain moving in. And now we're seeing a little bit of heavier rain developing here in parts of Douglas County. Now this green, light green color that you're seeing going north of I-20, those are false echoes that we often see here at this time of night. I often at this time of night switch radar modes so that you don't see those false echoes, but I just want to stay on this mode right now as we are watching these showers and storms that are trying to fire up there in West Georgia. This mode that I have is a little more sensitive and is a higher resolution as well, so we can see a little bit better with what's developing. Also in Northwest Georgia, We have these showers in Chattooga County, northern Floyd, moving into Gordon County there along I-75 in northwest Georgia. A couple of other showers coming out of Walker County, moving into Catoosa County there, just south of Chattanooga. And then north of Murray County near Cisco, we have a few showers there. Those are going to move into Clay County in just a little while up in North Carolina. So a break in Atlanta right now. We could still see a few more showers. I don't think we'll see anything as heavy as we had a little bit earlier here, or nothing really as widespread as we had earlier when those storms in Atlanta pushed over into parts of East Georgia. So widen out a little bit more, and you can see just, it's not like a line of storms moving in, but just some of these off and on showers kind of rotating around an upper level low up to the north of us, and that's going to keep feeding some of these showers our way. There's more back into northwestern Alabama. That's going to be moving in over Huntsville in just a bit, and we could see a few of those showers moving through overnight as well. Here is a live look. This is our tower cam here from Georgia Tech, looking over into the east, looking to the east here toward the Midtown area. And you can see, again, our beautiful skyline. Good visibility out there right now, but we're not really seeing any rain here in Atlanta at this hour, but there is the potential to have some coming through in a bit. Now, I know this is a dark camera. This is our Noonan camera. I had this pointed over toward the west. The sun has gone down, but we were watching some of those showers on the west, the clouds that were building with those showers in the western parts of Coweta County. And speaking of looking west, this is our camera there in DeKalb County at Arizona Avenue, looking toward our beautiful skyline that we have here. Still a good coverage of clouds around, some good visibility, but no rain falling here in the city at this hour. The temperatures today got warm. We were thinking we would hold in the mid 80s today, 83, 84 degrees. We got up to 87. And that's because we had those breaks in the rain. A little bit of sunshine was able to break through and briefly got us up to 87 degrees. And our low this morning was 72. That 72 degree low, about 9 degrees warmer than average. We should be around 63 for this time of year, and average high for this time of year is 82. So our high of 87 was 5 degrees above the average. And I know some of you got rain, some of you didn't get rain. Hartsville, Jackson only got 1/100th of an inch of rain. So that rainfall deficit continues to grow, 3.62 inches below where we should be in rainfall for the year. Now, let's talk about those temperatures hour by hour from today, because you've got the mild air this morning. Between 3 and 8 o'clock, it held at 72 degrees. Didn't dip down any cooler at sunrise or anything. It just pretty much held at 72 degrees. And then I'd said earlier that we were thinking we would have a high of 83 to 84 degrees today. And if you look at these hourlies, that's what we saw. But remember, I just showed you our high actually got up to 87. It was between these hourlies here when we had some sunshine break through. It quickly brought it up to 87 and then came back down to 84. So we're not seeing 87 on the top of the hour temperatures, but it did get there in between those. And now we're seeing temperatures back down to the upper 70s at 5. That's because of that rain that came through earlier. Rain-cooled air dropped us into the upper 70s, and now we're right around 76 degrees here at the 8 o'clock hour. We have been watching that severe weather threat, and if you'll recall, yesterday, I was showing you the severe weather threat that really covered most of our area except for northwest Georgia for the daytime hours today. Well, the Storm Prediction Center kind of shrunk it a little bit and moved the low risk severe weather threat, the level 1 of 5, more over to the east of us, really from Athens, Macon, over toward Augusta and into parts of South Carolina. And now pretty much I'm thinking the severe weather threat is much lower. They usually update this between 8 and 9 o'clock, so I really wouldn't be surprised if the Storm Prediction Center takes this level 1 risk out of the state of Georgia for the rest of the evening hours tonight and overnight too. Look at these temperatures. We're in the mid 70s right now. It's much cooler than the 87 we had earlier, but it's kind of a muggy 76 degrees. We still have a lot of humidity around, so if you're stepping outside, it's still pretty humid out there and kind of muggy to deal with. 75 right now in Carrollton. Gainesville is at 71. We do have cooler air in Athens, Covington, Milledgeville, Peachtree City, Thomaston at 72. Rain-cooled air over on the east side dropped those temperatures a little bit earlier, and they're holding there in the lower 70s. Now, Rome still at 82. They didn't have really any rain throughout the afternoon. They actually got up into the mid 80s today, and they're still holding in the lower 80s, so they didn't get the benefit of any rain-cooled air. Early tomorrow morning, we're going to start off right around 69 degrees here. It'll be a cloudy, mild start to the day. And then heading into the afternoon hours, we are going to see more breaks during the day tomorrow and fewer showers. We have about a 40% chance in the afternoon that you could see a stray shower around any parts of metro Atlanta and North Georgia. So here's the forecast track. Watching these showers on the south side, a couple of spotty showers here in northwest Georgia. You can see through tonight. Again, nothing major, just a couple of isolated showers here and there overnight. In the morning, maybe a couple of showers up to the north and east of us toward Hall County. Lunchtime, mainly dry, but a pretty good coverage of clouds around. And then into the afternoon, nothing widespread. We've got that 40% chance that you could see a couple of isolated showers that will develop here and there. That would diminish during the evening hours. And then on Saturday, rain chances don't totally go away, but they do come down to 20%. I really think most of us will get through the day Saturday without seeing any rain at all. This is at 7 o'clock in the morning. Lunchtime, it'll be dry. In the afternoon, there you see it, maybe just a couple of isolated showers here and there. Big game in Athens on Saturday night. Alabama playing Georgia at Sanford Stadium. I know a lot of folks will be tailgating during those afternoon hours and in the game in the evening. I think it's going to be nice and dry for the game, and hopefully temperatures will be nice and comfortable there for you as well. It's definitely not going to be one of those 90-degree games or anything like that. 40% chance for showers on Friday, lower to 20% Saturday. We're going to be dry Sunday, back to a 20% chance Monday, and 30% chance Tuesday. Now, the rain chances next week are very dependent on what happens with these systems that are in the tropics. I'm going to explain the scenarios of that coming up here. We have a low of, actually a high Friday of 82. That's the average high for this time of year. Then Saturday we're at 83, a little above average, 84 on Sunday, 83 Monday, back to 80 here on your Tuesday. All right, here's what we're watching in the tropics. This is the fun part because it is a challenge. We don't know exactly what's going to happen with these two systems. We have a better idea about Umberto. This is Umberto right here. This is a tropical storm right now with winds of 60 miles an hour. We have another system here that's really the center of that system is just north of Haiti and the Dominican Republic. I know you're seeing a lot of convection here around Puerto Rico and again there over Hispaniola. But what we're going to be watching is that system is the one that's going to come closest to us. It most likely is going to become a tropical storm either late Friday or into the weekend. It would be Tropical Storm Imelda. That's the next name on the list after Umberto. It would impact the Bahamas. Then the big question is, will it go into the eastern coast, the southeastern coast of the United States, or will Umberto help to pull it away and curve it away from the United States? So whatever that storm does, it is going to dictate what type of weather we have here. We can have no rain next week, or we can have a lot of rain. And we just don't know for sure yet until this storm or Imelda fully develops and we get a better look at its track and its potential impacts. But let's look at Umberto right now. This storm is going to continue moving up toward the east and then strengthen, most likely becoming a Category 3 hurricane going into the weekend here. Monday, still in the afternoon, Category 3, then a Category 2 on Tuesday. This is Bermuda. And then you've got the Atlantic coastline. We still think that this is going to curve away. I know when you look at this, you're like, wait a minute, this looks like it's going straight to the mid-Atlantic region. We think it's going to curve away, kind of threading the needle between the southeastern coastline and Bermuda, but we do think it will move away. So here's the spaghetti models on that. Pretty consistent track there, moving up toward the northwest and then the north, and then going back to the north and also to the east there as a hurricane. Now, let's focus on this next system. Here you see Puerto Rico. This is Haiti, Dominican Republic. You've got Cuba right here. You've got Jamaica, Grand Cayman. Here's Jamaica, Grand Cayman way over there. And you got Turks and Caicos up in this area. And then all of these islands here, part of the Bahamas. And then you see South Florida right there. So here is what we're watching here. There is the X. That's where we see the main energy or the closest thing that we would have to a center of that storm here that's going to be moving most likely over the Bahamas. And this red not really a polygon, but blob that you see here is where, as it moves into this, the area is going to be a little more conducive for development. And the Hurricane Center, with the 8 o'clock update tonight, is still giving this an 80 to 90% chance of developing. Whether or not it becomes a tropical depression or a tropical storm tomorrow, or it holds off until the weekend, we're just going to have to wait and see here. It encountered, kind of moving here from south of Puerto Rico over Hispaniola, some mountainous region there. So we'll have to wait and see if how long it's going to take to regenerate there to potentially become a tropical storm. So the main areas to watch with this would be the Bahamas here and areas just east of Florida. But let me show you the computer models. Pretty good consensus and agreement there as it's moving over the Bahamas. After it gets north of the Bahamas, this is where the models just go everywhere. And what makes this hard to predict, remember Umberto. That's going to be over in this area, traveling this way, threading the needle here between the U.S. and Bermuda, and then curving up toward the north and east. Whenever you have two tropical systems that close together, sometimes the stronger storm steals away some of the energy from the other storm, the one that's not as strong. And that's kind of what the models were showing yesterday, that what would be Imelda would pretty much dissipate here as it moved north of the Bahamas, most likely as a tropical storm. And Umberto was kind of robbing it of its energy and pulling it away. Another scenario is that Umberto, even if Imelda, what's going to become Imelda, is able to continue to hold on to strength, as Umberto pulls away, sometimes that could pull the second system along with it. And you can see some of these models. Like we've got this one right here in purple showing a sharp turn pulling away. We have this one here in yellow showing a sharp turn pulling it away. Others show it moving into the South Carolina coast or near the North coast or near it and moving away. Others show it going into the South Carolina coast and then the remnants coming over to Atlanta. A couple of the two major models that we look at were kind of changing their tune when they were updated this morning, showing them making landfall there in South Carolina with the remnants coming into Georgia. So that's why our forecast next week is up in the air. I mean, we have some rain chances in for next week, but our confidence level is low because if this system does come up to the east, well to the east of Georgia, and then curves away, we wouldn't have any impacts from it. Now, Georgia would have some rough surf, the Carolina coastline would have some rough surf, but if it comes into South Carolina and then into Georgia, it would be bringing us a good bit of rain. So that is the big if right now. And as much as I would love to tell you that I know what's going to happen with this storm, I just can't do that right now. And I know that you are seeing people on social media saying, I know where this storm is going. Well, they're just taking a guess on one of these models. But the models yesterday took such a drastic change from last night into this morning. Most of the major models were showing it curving away, coming close to the Carolinas and then curving away. And then today, those models, the major ones, showed a landfall in South Carolina. So that could just as easily change again tomorrow. So we'll let you know, of course, as we get closer to it. And number one, once the storm even forms, and once we get some data out of it from Air Force reconnaissance there, that is going to help us with knowing more about the storm, its development, its track, its potential strength and everything, and where it is going to go. So this is why next week's forecast is so tricky, because these models are going everywhere with it. So what we do as meteorologists now, we look at the trends to see how the models are trending, and if they start being a little more consistent as well as in agreement with each other, that's when you see these model lines closer together, that's when there's some consistency and agreement there in the models. But the farther out we go, that's where the models disagree a lot more. So that's our challenge going through tomorrow, going through the weekend, and going into next week for what we think is going to happen. This is a scenario from the European model. And this shows, again, some of those showers we have out there for tonight. Going into Friday, still rain chances at about 40%. Saturday, the rain chance only at 20%, very light green over us, just a really light, low risk for a shower. Sunday, I'm staying dry Sunday. This model is trying to kick up another 20% chance. But look at this. This is on Monday, all right? You see here what would be Imelda. The European model is one of those models that's showing a potential landfall there in South Carolina up into North Carolina. That would be late Monday into Tuesday. But with this model, you see we're on the back edge of the rain shield and not really seeing a lot of rain out of that, and then watching it move up toward the north and then maybe start edging back toward us with the remnants on Wednesday. That would give us a better chance of rain on Wednesday, and then also into Thursday. The GFS model, the American model, is showing it moving into South Carolina and the remnants coming right to Atlanta. But the European AI model shows it curving away. So there is a lot of inconsistency there in those models. So that's why we have to keep an eye on them to look for that consistency and hopefully some agreement in between the models so that we can have a better idea as to where that system might go and our potential impact. So as you're looking at this 7-day forecast, we feel more confident about the first few days here. For Friday being a 40% chance for showers, for Saturday being a 20% chance, being mainly dry here on Sunday. But then from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we are showing right now 20 to 30% chances for showers based on the track staying just to the east of us. But if it does move inland and the remnants come toward us, we're going to have to up those rain chances, and the temperatures would probably come down a little bit more too with the higher rain chances. So even though you're looking at 20 to 30% chances for showers for next week, please know that we're going to be changing this forecast most likely a lot over the next few days, depending on what that system, what is going to be Imelda, decides to do. So we've got some new model data that'll be coming in a little bit later on tonight. We'll share that with you a little bit later on. We're going to have another extended live update here on 11 Alive Plus and Weather Impact 24/7 coming up at 9 o'clock. I'm losing track of time here. At 9 o'clock, that's when I normally do these extended updates. We'll do that one. And then again at 10 o'clock tonight, I'm watching not only the tropics, but also some of those scattered showers out there and any thunder and lightning that could be in association with them. So another one coming up at 9, then at 10 o'clock. And then we have our newscast, 11 Alive News at 11, coming up at 11 o'clock. You'll be able to see that here on 11 Alive Plus too. Have a great night. Join me again back here at 9 o'clock. Tell all your friends to tune in as well. And if you're watching us on YouTube right now, be sure to download the 11 Alive app on your TV, the 11 Alive Plus app on your TV, and you'll be able to watch weather updates like this. We have a lot of other great weather content that we use here on 11 Alive Plus, as well as Weather Impact 24/7. So we'll see you back here. Oh, wow, it's 8:22. We'll see you back here in a little bit more than 30 minutes coming up at 9 on 11 Alive Plus. Even at this late night hour, we continue to track some showers and a couple of thunder showers that are out there. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team. Today, we did have an 11 Alive Weather Impact Alert in effect, not because we were concerned about widespread severe weather or anything. It's just because today was the day with the highest rain chance that we have had in a while. And many of you had to experience some wet impacts. In fact, some of those impacts that we haven't seen in a while, even some issues on the roads today. Since it's been so long since we've had a good coverage of rain around, we even had some drains that were clogged that caused some problems on some of the roads with some ponding and some isolated flooding in some spots. Now things are a little bit quieter, but still the rain chance hasn't totally gone away. We still have a few of those scattered showers that are still out there for tonight. As you can see, as we're looking on radar here, on the south side, some lighter rain generally along I-20 and southward. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a little bit. Additional showers here in northwest Georgia, in Chattooga County, moving into Gordon County there, not too far from Calhoun, and that far northern part of Floyd County right there that you see, where we have some of those showers that are moving through with a little bit of heavier rain. Nothing in Atlanta right now. We had some showers earlier in the afternoon, really late afternoon, that came through the city, and then those kind of blew up going over to the east with a lot of lightning and a lot of rain, but those have now fallen apart. Now we're watching this batch coming from Douglas County, South Fulton County, stretching on down into Coweta County, as well as into Heard County, parts of Carroll County there. That's just a few lighter raindrops, and those are moving up closer to the city. So still the potential for a couple of showers here, but nothing particularly heavy. That rain that was coming out of Randolph County, Alabama, that moved into Carroll County as well as here into Heard County, did have a little bit of thunder and lightning with it about 30 minutes or so ago, with a lot of red in there in the northern parts of Heard County. Now that that's moving into Coweta County, it is some rain, but we no longer have any lightning with it, and we no longer have any of the heavy or moderate rain with it. It's kind of trending down just a little bit, but that's all part of that system. Look at this, that came through Carroll, had a little thunder and lightning with it. That's what's moving into Douglas and South Fulton right now, and it is a lot weaker than it was a little bit earlier. Go on over here into Henry County along 75. We have some lighter showers there. Spalding County, Butts County, also these showers, Pike Lamar County. You have light to moderate, kind of in between light and moderate right there from Barnesville over into these areas of Pike County too, and that's going to keep pushing on over to the east. And then still a few of these over into Jasper County, Putnam County, Morgan County, there along I-20, close to Lake Oconee, where we still have a few light showers that are going on too. So some folks are getting some rain, others are not. In northwest Georgia, a little more spotty activity there, but these contain a little bit of heavy rain. You see this here in Chattooga County, near Somerville, that north end of Floyd County, moving into Gordon County. We have a pocket of heavier rain just to the west of Calhoun. You see that right there? Let me put this into, well, I'll just leave it like the way it is. But you can see this heavier rain there in western Gordon County, west of 75. This is going to be inching a little bit closer to Calhoun if it holds together. At least some rain will be coming down in Calhoun. Whether or not the heaviest rain is going to make it there, we'll wait and see, because the trend has been that these kind of taper off a little bit. Now, we also are watching these in Whitfield County, moving into Murray County with some heavy rain there in parts of northwest Georgia. So still some showers out there, even though most of Atlanta is getting a break right now, but we'll just watch some of those lighter showers on the south side that still have the potential to move in. Additional showers here in North Alabama, back into northern Mississippi, western Tennessee. Just this moisture keeps feeding in here, and that's why we continue to call for additional chances for just some spotty showers. Nothing really widespread, nothing too strong at all out there at all. Here's a live look at what we're watching right now with our tower cam here in Atlanta. This is at Georgia Tech. We're looking over toward Midtown, kind of east-northeast here with this view. There are a few clouds out there. We don't have any rain. And a great view. Visibility looks good here of the skyline. We're also watching right now up at Truist Park. The lights are on there at the stadium. Nice night. Few clouds, no rain around, mild temperatures that are in the 70s. And here's our view from DeKalb County over on Arizona Avenue, looking toward the city of Atlanta, where again, we're not seeing any rain here in the city, but it's on the south side where we have a few of those lighter showers that are around. It got hot out there today, highs up to 87 degrees. Our low this morning was 72. Both of those temperatures, the morning temperature and the evening temperature, above the averages. We should be around 63 this time of year. Our average high for this time of year is 82. And Hartsfield-Jackson didn't really pick up much rain at all, only 1/100th of an inch. Now, I know a lot of you, I had somebody email me from Decula saying that they had a lot of rain. It was raining so hard they could barely see the front yard looking out the window. That was raining at such a high rate there, whereas at Hartsfield-Jackson, only 1/100th of an inch. So officially in the rain gauge there, we're running about 3.62 inches below where we should be in rainfall for the year. Now, notice I showed you that high of 87, but do you see that here on the bar graph? No, I don't see it either. The highest that we see here is 84. What happened is, between these hourlies there, between 3 and 4, we actually had some sunshine breakthrough, and it warmed things up quickly but briefly, and we hit 87 between those hourlies. So yeah, that's why we had the high temperature. And that low of 72, it was for numerous hours. From 3 in the morning until 8 in the morning, we held at 72 degrees, and then we warmed up, of course, going into the afternoon. If you watched us earlier, either at 4, 5, and 6 o'clock, or in my 7 o'clock update here on 11 Alive Plus, or my 8 o'clock update, we were showing you an area of dark green over to the east where there was a level 1 risk for an isolated severe storm. But I was telling you that I was really expecting that the Storm Prediction Center would take that green color or that level 1 risk away. And they usually do the update between 8 and 9 o'clock. They did update it, and they took that level 1 risk away, just because we don't expect any severe weather to happen here. We just have a few of these spotty showers. We no longer have any ingredients for a low risk severe storm or anything, but maybe a little thunder and lightning here and there, but we just don't expect anything severe here in our area. And we don't expect that for tomorrow either. It is going to be no severe weather that's going to be pushing into our area. Here's a look at these temperatures that we have around North Georgia right now. 75 in Atlanta. When we hit 87 for a high today, that was, of course, in those afternoon hours. And then we had some rain that came in the city. Even though Hartsfield-Jackson only got 1/100th of an inch of rain, excuse me, there was still some rain nearby that sent some rain-cooled air to Hartsfield-Jackson, and our temperature dropped to 79 from 87, thanks to that rain-cooled air. And then we've been holding in the 70s ever since. We're 75 right now. It's cooler in Gainesville and Athens. They had some rain that held on with them a little bit longer, and their temperatures cooled even more, and they're still holding there in the lower 70s. So tomorrow, we expect to get down to around 69 degrees here early tomorrow morning, and then relatively slow to rise. We're going to have some clouds around, so that's going to kind of hamper the amount of warming that we could get. But we'll get up to around 78, noon, 1 o'clock, lower 80s at 3, 82 around 5 o'clock. And you'll notice here, clouds mainly in the morning, a little sun mixing in the afternoon, but with some of that heating, we'll see the potential for a couple of isolated showers that could develop. That rain chance is at about 40%. So not a widespread coverage of rain, but a 40% chance that you'll get hit by one of those showers. So here's what we're watching with those showers there on the south side. As we go through the late night hours, you can see some of these over to the west of us trying to move into metro Atlanta. Again, the potential for some raindrops here, but nothing crazy through the overnight hours. Tomorrow morning, mainly dry for your drive into work in the metro area, but maybe a couple of showers to the northeast of us, a couple down to the south. At lunchtime, clouds mixing in with sunshine, just a couple little spotty showers around here on the north side. And then in the afternoon, again, not a widespread coverage of rain. 40% chance you might get hit at any time during the day, but nothing crazy is going to be in our area. We don't expect anything strong here too. Friday night, rain chances diminishing, maybe a few showers there along the Georgia-South Carolina line late on Friday night. Then we go into Saturday. Dry start to the day, a few clouds. At lunchtime, mix of sun and clouds, but no rain. Then into the afternoon, you see a little bit of green showing up here, but not a lot. This is just a 20% chance for an isolated shower to develop on Saturday. So I really think a lot of us will make it through the day on Saturday without seeing any of that rain at all. It clears out during the evening hours, so the Georgia-Alabama game should be fine over in Athens. And then on Sunday, It is going to be another dry day. We don't expect any showers to develop here for your Sunday. So you see the 40% chance on Friday, 20% Saturday, no rain Sunday, 20% chance Monday, and then 30% chance on Tuesday, we think. The reason I say that is because we don't have a lot of confidence into the forecast for next week. We are basing this forecast based on what we are seeing right now in the models, but those models are not agreeing on what's going to happen next week. And that's all because of what could happen with two systems that we're watching in the tropics. And speaking of not agreeing, this is the American model, the GFS, that shows over the next 7 days that we would have 1.1 inches of rain in Atlanta, but 3.2 in Athens, all right? This European model shows only 1/3 of an inch of rain over the next 7 days, but 1.7 in Athens. So where these models are agreeing is that there's a better chance on the east side of having some heavier rain, all right? The American model showing more, the European model showing a better chance for more rain over to the east, but not as much as what the American model is showing. The reason these models are not in agreement is because we have a potential tropical system that we're watching. There are actually two of them out there, but one of them is going to come closer to the southeastern coast, and the models are not in agreement on to where exactly it's going to go, how strong it would be, or what type of impacts it can bring to the southeast. So I want to spend the next few minutes breaking all of that down for you. Let's start with Umberto. This is the one we told you about yesterday. Actually, we've been following that system for days and days here as it was coming off the coast of Africa. It did develop into a tropical storm. It became a tropical storm yesterday. Umberto is the name. Winds are up now to 60 miles an hour. It's been strengthening, moving to the northwest at about 6 miles an hour. Here's the other one that I want to talk to you about that is over and just north of Hispaniola, right up in this area here. That's the one that's going to have a potential impact on us. So let's talk about Umberto first. Wind 60 miles an hour. It's going to grow, and it is most likely going to become a hurricane tomorrow, and then a Category 3 over the weekend, a major hurricane, and then move up to the north. Again, Monday still is a Cat 3, Tuesday back to a Cat 2. Here's the U.S. coastline. Here's Bermuda. It looks like this storm or this hurricane is going to go between the U.S. and Bermuda and then curve away and move up toward the north and east, not really having an impact on the U.S. except potentially for some rough surf there in North Carolina. Now, let's look at this one. Again, there's Umberto. Here's the other one we're watching, all right? You see a lot of convection here around Hispaniola and into Puerto Rico. The actual, if you could call it even a center of circulation, is right here pretty much just north of Hispaniola, where you see that X, all right? That is the potential system that could become a tropical depression or a tropical storm. 80 to 90% chance that that would happen. The next name on the list is Imelda. It hasn't been upgraded yet, doesn't have a name yet, but if it is, that would be the name that it gets. But what I want you to see here, this red blob, here's Florida, so off the eastern coast of Florida, pretty much following the Bahamas, from Turks and Caicos here up through the Bahamas. All of these islands here are part of the Bahamas chain, all right? This is where the system could grow to become a tropical depression or a tropical storm, maybe a hurricane. We just don't know that yet. But this is the system that would be closest to the southeast coast. We think Umberto is going to be coming around like this and curving away as it goes between the U.S. and Bermuda. But this, which would be Imelda, is going to be closer to the southeastern coastline. So this is the one that we really have to watch. Now here's where it gets tricky. When we look at these spaghetti models, where you see these lines that are closer together, that's when the models are in more of an agreement. And they're all pretty much showing this storm tracking pretty much over the Bahamas with rain, some wind. Whether or not it's a tropical storm or a hurricane, we don't know that part yet. Once it gets north of the Bahamas, though, notice these lines spreading apart. Then the models just go every which way. Some models show this going to the north, curving away from the U.S. Another one, a couple of those, still show it curving away from the U.S. But a couple of the main models show it moving in to around the South Carolina coastline, and then potentially the remnants coming back toward Atlanta. So if anybody is telling you right now that they know what this storm is going to do, they're just guessing basing on the models. I'm just going to be honest with you. We do not know what it's going to do yet. And I say that because the storm hasn't even developed yet. Once it develops And once we can get some good data from it, from Air Force reconnaissance flying into it, hurricane hunters flying into it, we will be able to hopefully fine-tune this track a little bit more. If this moved up to the north and then curves away and goes to the east, our impacts would be lower. But if it moves into the South Carolina coast and then dissipates in North Carolina, we would still be on the quieter side of the system, but we might have some minor impacts. But if this happens, if it goes into South Carolina and the remnants move into our area, we would have higher impacts with those higher rainfall amounts. So that's why that American model and the European model were showing much different rainfall amounts, but higher rainfall the farther east that you go into East Georgia and also into South Carolina. So it's our job as meteorologists to watch for trends with these models. Just because we see one model showing something, that doesn't mean, oh, that's what's going to happen right there. We just watch these models for trends, and what we hope is that once we get a little further out, these lines will come closer together and the models will be in a little bit more of an agreement. And my hope is this is going to curve away from the U.S. and we would not have any impacts from what would be Imelda. So just know we'll keep watching it. I'm going to show you a couple of the models here. I usually refrain from, I feel like a lot of people just say, this is what the European says, this is what the GFS says, and then they leave you to guess. But I think it's our job as meteorologists to look at these models and then tell you what we think is going to happen. But I'm going to show you both of these models because this just shows you the wide ranges of the scenarios that we have. This is the European model. It shows, again, over us, spotty showers tomorrow. It's showing we've got a 20% chance for showers on Saturday. It's trying to show a couple of showers Sunday, but I don't think that's going to happen. Then going into Monday, here comes the system that we're watching, all right? The European model shows it moving up toward the north, all right? South Carolina into North Carolina, keeping most of the moisture away from us for Monday and Tuesday, and then maybe spreading some of that moisture our way on Wednesday as well as on Thursday, all right? So that's just one scenario. Now, when you look at this and think the European, that's usually the one that's a little more reliable than the American model. I also have a European AI model that we aren't able to show on TV yet, but it's one that I look at behind the scenes. Even though it is still a European model, it is an AI model as well. It's showing the storm not even coming inland. It's showing it moving away. So that again is just, even though it's a European, just like this one, the AI component of it pulls it away from the coastline. So that's a couple of scenarios there. Here's the American model, the GFS, that I want to show you. So it says the GFS there. So again, we've got a couple of showers tomorrow, 20% chance on Saturday. Mainly dry here on Sunday. This model, again, trying to kick up a little shower there. This is showing a landfall there at South Carolina, not really the center going into North Carolina, but the remnants on Tuesday and Wednesday coming right back here into Atlanta, spreading more rain into our area. So that is another scenario. So yesterday, the models were showing it pretty much dissipating off of the southeastern coastline, thinking that Umberto would kind of steal some of the energy away from it, and then Imelda wouldn't have anything really to work with to grow, and then dissipating. So none of the models yesterday were really showing a landfall in South Carolina. Then this morning, the two major models started showing that landfall possible with those tracks going over more toward the west. So again, it's our job. We'll be watching the models, and then we'll hopefully get a little more consistency within those, and we'll be able to share more information as we get more information from the storm, the recon data that's going to be coming in. That'll help us to track it and decide where it's going and what type of impacts that we could have here. So in looking at all of that and all of these scenarios that I just showed you, I'm going to show you the 7-day forecast, but I want you to know that when we get into next week, there's a big question mark because it all depends on what the would-be Imelda is going to do. So we feel more confident about the first part of the 7-day outlook, showing that 40% chance for showers here on Friday. Then just a 20% chance for showers on Saturday. No rain Sunday, high temperatures lower, some mid-80s. On Monday, back to a 20% chance. Now, that is the part that's really iffy, depending on if it tracks away or tracks closer to us. Also, right now, based on what we're seeing, we're going with a 30% chance Tuesday and Wednesday, 20% chance on Thursday too. However, if those models start trending more to the west with more of a South Carolina landfall and the remnants coming into us, we're going to have to really rise these rain chances into next week. So as of right now, if you're looking at the 7-day here on a Thursday, all right, and you see, oh, okay, 30% chance for rain next week, and you don't look at a forecast again until next week, you may be surprised as to what's going to happen, because we're going to be updating this forecast for you every day based on that new model data that's going to be coming in. So I'm going to wrap up right now. We'll put you back to radar so you can watch some of those showers around. I'm going to have another extended weather update for you coming up at 10 o'clock tonight here on 11 Alive Plus and Weather Impact 24/7. And then again at 11 o'clock tonight, we'll have our newscast for you here on 11 Alive Plus. So thanks for being here with me tonight for this extended update. I hope I was able to educate you on what we think is going to happen, some of the frustrations with this forecast, and kind of the behind the scenes look at the inner workings of those models, how they're just not in agreement on this potential system. So we hope that'll come together a little bit more. We'll have more updates for you again tonight at 10, 11 o'clock tonight with our newscast, and then a lot of updates during the day tomorrow too. Thanks for watching. Hey there, I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb from the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team. It is 10 o'clock now on a Thursday night. We have been doing these extended weather updates for you throughout the evening for a couple of reasons. Number one, to track some of the showers that have been moving through our area tonight on this weather impact alert day. Also, to let you know the latest that we are getting in right now on some developments going on in the tropics, and a system that is most likely going to get the name Tropical Storm Imelda is going to be one that's going to be moving a little bit closer to the southeastern coastline, closer than anything that we've had in a while. We've had a lot of these storms that have been curving away from the U.S. coast, and that's what we think Umberto is going to do. But Imelda is going to be coming, or what becomes Imelda, is going to be coming pretty close to the U.S. coastline. And we're seeing a lot of different scenarios in the models of what it could do and what type of impacts it could bring to the southeast. So we're going to break down some of those scenarios for you coming up in just a little bit. But first, I want to concentrate on some of the rain that we have been tracking out there tonight. It hasn't been anything widespread. It hasn't been anything strong. Earlier today, we did have some pockets of some really heavy rain that originated really near Atlanta and then really grew as it went up toward the north and east, and those were the spots that had most of the rain out there for today. Now, not as much rain around, and again, nothing really too heavy. On the south side along I-20 and generally south of that, we have some general light rain here. Also in northwest Georgia, we have fewer showers, but in some of those areas of rain, some of those showers have moderate to heavy rain in association with them. Here in the city, not a lot going on. We have clouds around. We were watching some of these showers coming out of Carroll County through Douglas County into South Fulton. But look, right inside the perimeter, a lot of that just really died out. There are still a couple of showers here on the south side in parts of Fayette County, moving into Clayton County. Those are generally really light, though. A few more of these showers here on areas to the south of us. We were watching some of these showers and storms near LaGrange earlier in Troup County. Still, some of this holding together right at the split of 85 and 185 with that pocket of moderate to heavy rain and a little bit of thunder there with that. These lighter showers extending over into Meriwether County as well as Pike County, Lamar County, Butts County, and then more of those over near Lake Oconee, near Madison County. Some of this in Rockdale, Newton County, also Jasper County. There's Morgan and Putnam County. Generally lighter showers moving through those spots. But again, we'll take any rain we can get, and they've got a persistent area of light rain continuing to move on through. In northwest Georgia, this is where the showers are a little more spotty, but you'll notice here within some of those showers, we have a little more orange, we have a little more red there in association with those. I'm going to zoom in here a little bit tighter. Let's start here in Calhoun, where we were watching this rain coming out of just north of Armurchie a little bit earlier, and then into Gordon County near Calhoun. That moving quickly up toward the north and east, but it's weaker now. It had some heavy rain with it. And then a secondary one right here had some lightning with it earlier over to the west in northern Floyd County and also into areas of Chattooga County. Now that one is falling apart a little bit more, but still another batch will be moving into Calhoun there in just a little bit. So some good rain moving through there. Also, let me go back to these. I clicked that button too fast here. We have these that have some thunder and lightning with them a little bit earlier. This is coming out of Murray County. Here's Crandall, Cisco, that's north of Chatsworth. This right here, moving into the northwest parts of Fannin County. So here's Ellijay, Gilmer County, northwest parts of Fannin County. We have this heavy rain that's pushing through right now, getting closer to Higdon, and that's going to keep pushing on over to the east of us. So still some action out there, just nothing widespread. There's more back into Alabama. We've been watching other areas kind of wrapping around an upper level low that is up to the north and west of us. So that's just going to keep spreading some of this moisture into our area, but nothing widespread, not like well-defined line or squall line that's going to be moving through. Just some of those scattered showers still here with us, some off and on overnight. And then tomorrow, the rain chances are going to be a little lower, but they don't totally go away. Here's a live look. Now, this is our tower cam right now in Blue Ridge. those showers that I was just showing you there in the western parts of Fannin County are still a little bit to the west of Blue Ridge. So the roads are still wet and damp from some of the showers that we had in North Georgia a little bit earlier, but there's nothing active coming down right now in the Blue Ridge area. But I think this camera is going to be looking a little bit different within the hour, as I do think some of that activity there that is in western Fannin County will make it over to Blue Ridge, and they'll see some rain there too. Live look right now at Truist Park. Braves are off tonight, but we've got some clouds at Truist. No rain coming there either, with a mild night. And then this is our tower cam here in Atlanta. In DeKalb County, looking on Arizona Avenue, looking westward toward the city. Really hard to see the buildings here on our skyline. Low-level cloudiness, maybe a little fog developing there at the surface is kind of reducing that visibility a little bit. So those are some of the changes compared to what we showed you the previous hours that we were doing these extended weather updates. As you know, it got hot out there today. 87 degrees was our high. At least it wasn't in the 90s like we have had earlier this week. Our low this morning was 72. Those temperatures are below where we should be for this time of year. I hope y'all can hear me okay. I just heard some weird stuff in my ear here. Those temperatures are below where we should be for this time of year. And then you can see 82 is the average high, 63 is the average low. So that's where we should be for this time of year. Only 1/100th of an inch of rain at Hartsfield-Jackson. I know a lot of you picked up more than that, especially over on the east side. So our rainfall deficit is about 3.62 inches below where we should be in rainfall. This is a look at how those temperatures timed out today. 72 for a lot of hours early this morning. Then we got up into the mid-80s. We did bump up to 87 briefly in between these hourlies here, with a little bit of sunshine coming through, but it was just a brief time that we were up to 87 degrees. Now, earlier, we were showing you at 4, 5, and 6 o'clock, and then on the update I did at 7 and at 8 o'clock, we were showing you a dark green color over to the east of us is where there was a level 1 risk, and I was telling you then that I was anticipating that the level 1 risk would go away this evening as we're not seeing a severe weather threat come around. So before 9 o'clock, the Storm Prediction Center did take that away, so there's no longer a level 1 risk. It's the lighter green color, which is just general showers and general thunder showers, but none of those are expected to turn severe. After getting up to 87 today, we did see that rain-cooled air come in, and it dropped us pretty quickly into the 70s. We are still in the 70s right now at 74 degrees. Athens is 71, 72 in Covington, 75 in Marietta. We have some 60s up in North Georgia, but generally all 70s all around the metro area. Kind of mild air. Dew points are up, so we're not going to see these temperatures falling too much. We could make it down to 69 here in the morning. Then look at this, 70s, 78 at 11 o'clock. With clouds in the morning, a little more sunshine that'll be breaking through during the day, and then a 40% chance for showers in the afternoon, and then back to a 20% chance going into 7 o'clock at night. And we do think we'll get up to 82 degrees for that high temperature here. So here is what we are watching here going through the rest of the day, where we're going to see rest of the nighttime hours. Any of those showers out there are going to be diminishing through the overnight hours. And you can see here what we're watching with that moisture as it moves through the area, where we'll see those temperatures and those rain chances pretty much diminishing. And then you can see here going into early tomorrow morning, a couple of showers possible up in areas of Hall County, maybe. Again, this is just a model scenario of where they think some of those showers could be. And then at lunchtime, mainly dry here in the metro area, but a couple showers possible up in North Georgia. And then in the afternoon tomorrow, nothing really widespread, nothing really heavy, just a 40% chance of some of these spotty showers to develop here and there. I think a lot of folks will make it through the day without any rain at all. And maybe a couple showers still into the nighttime hours moving east. And then on Saturday, rain chances even lower, a 20% chance for some isolated showers there, mainly on Saturday afternoon, where you see just a couple of those showers that could pop up here and there. And things looking good for the Georgia game in Athens on Saturday night, mainly rain-free. It'll be on the mild side, though, but at least it's not crazy hot out there. And then Sunday looking good. We're not going with any rain chances on Sunday. We think it's going to be yet another dry day with temperatures in the low to mid-80s. So here's a look at the rain chances. 40% chance Friday, 20% chance Saturday and Monday, dry on Sunday, and then back to a 30% chance for showers here on Tuesday. Now, take a look at the model comparison. Number one, I want to show you this for a couple of reasons. As we see some differences here. And I want to break down some of those differences and then talk about why these models are showing some differences based on the tropical developments we're talking about. The American model showing over an inch of rain here in Atlanta with possibly 3 inches of rain over in Athens over the next 7 days. And there's a big discrepancy there because of a potential tropical system into next week and how the models aren't really agreeing on what's going to happen with it. Now compare Atlanta, 1.1 inches on the American model, but the European model showing only 0.3 inches. But the European model is showing more rain in East Georgia, but not as much as the American model. The reason the models are thinking more rain will happen over in East Georgia is because of what we're watching with what's going to be called potentially Tropical Storm Imelda and where it is going to go, bringing more rain, we think, to the east of us going into next week. But there are a lot of scenarios that we have to talk about. And I want to spend the last few minutes talking about the tropics right now. We have two systems that we're watching. We've got Umberto. We told you about Umberto yesterday. It was upgraded to a tropical storm. It's continuing to get a little bit stronger. Winds right now at about 60 miles an hour, moving northwest at 6 miles an hour. Here is another system. It's not a tropical storm yet. We think it will be. The next name on the list is going to be Imelda. We really have to watch this one a little more closely because this is the one that's going to be developing closer to the southeastern coastline and could have some impacts here in the southeast. But for now, let's focus on Umberto. Again, 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's moving to the northwest at about 6 miles an hour. Here's where we think it's going to be going. It's going to move here to the west and northwest, potentially becoming a Category 3 hurricane over the weekend and even into Monday, and then back to a Cat 2 on Tuesday. Our models consistently have been showing this not hitting the Atlantic coastline, maybe bringing some rough surf to the Atlantic coastline, and also staying to the west of Bermuda right here, kind of threading the needle between the U.S. and Bermuda, and then curving back out into the Atlantic. So that would be a good scenario, taking it away, not really giving any problems for us here, except for some rough surf along the Atlantic coastline. Now, we also have that other system that's down near Hispaniola. And Umberto is stronger than the system that's around Haiti and the Dominican Republic. Here it is right here. And it's really what would be closer to the center of circulation is north of Haiti and the Dominican Republic. So you've got Umberto here and this developing system to the west of it. When you have two systems like this that are close together, the stronger one usually robs the weaker one of a lot of energy. But are these close enough to each other for that to happen? And that's where the models are having a really hard time as to what's going to happen with the development of these systems. Now, here's a look at what we think could be happening here in this red blob right here, going up from Turks and Caicos up toward the Bahamas. That center of circulation, once it gets into that area, there's an 80 to 90% chance that that's going to become a tropical depression or a tropical storm. And the name would be Imelda. That's the next name on the list. But here's where things get tricky. The models are not in agreement at all. And it's going to be our job as meteorologists over the next few days to watch these models, watch for trends. So far, the trends through the day has been that this system is going to track a little bit more to the west and maybe give a landfall in South Carolina with the remnants potentially coming into Georgia. That's just one scenario of a couple of the models here. Another scenario is that Umberto, as it curves away, will try to pull what is going to be Imelda also over toward the east. And we're going to see if that will happen. Or if an upper level low up here is actually going to pull what would be Imelda westward into the United States. So here's a look at the latest models. And these are our spaghetti models. And these are a lot of models that we put on top of each other. And we look at a consensus of those models. And we're seeing that moving over the Bahamas. Once it gets north of the Bahamas, then the models go every which way. A few of the models, these here, you see it pulling up into this direction, pull what would be Imelda behind Umberto and pulls it away from the Atlantic coastline. However, there are also some models that show that upper level low pulling it westward into South Carolina, and then the remnants going into Georgia. And we're beginning to see more of those models following that scenario. So if that happens, we would have more impacts here in Georgia, and we would have to raise the rain chances into next week. If it goes out to the east, then our impacts here would be a little bit lower, and we will have to lower our rain chances. So in our 7-day forecast that I'm going to show you here in a couple of minutes, there's a big question mark there, because it all is going to be based on which way this storm is going to go. So here's a look at the European model. Focus here first on the metro area with those low rain chances tomorrow. Saturday, only a 20% chance. This model's trying to show a little rain for Sunday, but I'm going with a less than 20% chance. But this is what I want you to start watching. The European model brings this storm, what would be a Melda, potentially into South Carolina and North Carolina, hanging out in North Carolina from Monday into Tuesday, South Carolina, North Carolina, Monday into Tuesday, and then by late Wednesday and into Thursday, some of those remnants coming back toward Georgia, bringing us more rain. So that's scenario number one from the European model. The GFS model, the American model, is showing, again, here in Metro Atlanta, some of those spotty showers diminishing over the next few days. But then here we go. Let's watch the system, what would be a Melda, coming in. This shows it coming into South Carolina on Monday into South Carolina, and then those remnants on Tuesday coming into North Georgia. That would increase our rain chances for those days too. So right now, we have generally lower rain chances for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. But if we see these models trending more in that direction of the system pulling toward the west and into Georgia, we're going to have to greatly upgrade or raise those rain chances here coming into next week. And that's just based on these scenarios. So I'm just trying to be transparent with you. And I know it's our job as meteorologists to look at these models and then tell you what we think is going to happen. There have been some drastic changes in these models just in 24 hours. Yesterday, the models were showing what would be a Melda pretty much dissipating north of the Bahamas. And the other models were showing it definitely getting pulled out to the curving away from the U.S. But there's been a drastic change in some of the bigger models that we trust a little bit more that have been showing that westward pulling into the Carolinas, and then some of those remnants coming our way. So we'll be watching for those trends in the models over the next few days. And then we're also going to get some good data in from Air Force Reconnaissance and Hurricane Hunter aircraft. The National Weather Service is putting out extra weather balloons to get more upper level data in the southeast, which is also going to feed more model data or feed more data into those models. And hopefully we'll get more information here about which way this storm is most likely going to go. So a lot to watch here for Friday and into the weekend, and then definitely into next week as to what's going to be happening with this system. So we feel more confident about the first few days of the 7-day forecast for that 40% chance for showers on Friday, 20% chance on Saturday, and then no rain chances on Sunday with temperatures around 82, 83, 84. The big question mark comes going into next week. Based on what we're seeing right now, we're going with a 30% chance for showers Tuesday and Wednesday down to 20% Thursday. If these models start trending to pull that system to the west, then we're going to have to up these rain chances. So be patient with us over the next few days as we fine-tune this outlook based on what we see going on with the future Imelda. Most likely getting a name maybe tomorrow or maybe going into the weekend. Thanks for watching not only this extended weather update that we did here at 10 o'clock on 11 Alive Plus and Weather Impact 24/7, but we have been doing weather updates, extended long weather updates here at the top of each hour at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and now at 10 o'clock. And then we'll have another update coming up tonight at 11 o'clock on 11 Alive News at 11 here on 11 Alive Plus. So thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching. We'll have more updates for you coming up throughout the day tomorrow too.